Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I have it installed here.
Okay.
Okay, I will hit OK. So this pops up.
Okay.
Is there a way I can cancel this, or this is like a normal default?
This is the normal default screen. Double click on dev on the left side. Did you start your services?
On the Chrome?
Okay, I mentioned this at least 5 times in the last class, 2 times today. Every time you log into your Powercenter, before you log into your Powercenter, you have to start your services. Okay, once again, one more time, before you log into Powercenter, start services. Okay. Okay, can you start your services now? See, your services are not started because that's why you're not able to log in. Cancel this. I must have mentioned on the chat, on the call, in the previous recording. Close everything. Close everything. And this is for everybody. Please do not tell me you're not able to log into Powercenter. The first question I will ask is, what is the first question I'll ask?
Is the services connected?
Is your services running? Okay, that's the first thing I will ask. Okay, go to your search and type in services. The moment I complete this, somebody is going to ask, my Powercenter is not running. Okay, right click on services and say pin to taskbar. Next time you don't have to search for it. Okay, exit out of this. Okay, yeah, start that. And click anywhere on the screen and click on I.
Like here, anywhere?
Highlight any of the services and then click on I. Okay, your Informatica services are not running. Please start your services. Okay, wait for 10 minutes and then you can log in. Does anyone have their Powercenter services already running? Is anybody connected to Powercenter? So if the class starts at 5:30, at 5 o'clock, you should log in and run your services. Okay, wait for 10 minutes or 5 to 10 minutes, only then you can log in. Okay, who wants to share screen? Who is connected to Powercenter? Please share screen. Let's proceed. Oh, actually, hold on. No need to share screen. I need to share screen for some time. No, Fahad, I'm not going to let you share screen. You know everything. You know everything. You worked for 1.5 years, so no. If you have questions, I will answer you, but you cannot share screen. Okay. Can everybody see my screen? Can you guys see my screen? Okay. So first, let's understand the architecture of Informatica Powercenter. Okay. Then we will see why we use it, and then I will show you how to use it. Let me increase the size. Okay. So Informatica is the name of the company. It started in 1993 by a person from India and Pakistan. So there was 2 employees, 2 Oracle ex-employees, and they were from India and Pakistan. They started this company, and they have a bunch of softwares. Okay, they have Informatica Powercenter. Okay, they have MDM. They have ILM. They have IDQ. They have MDM, ILM, IDQ. They also have they have a bunch of softwares. Okay, like Microsoft is the name of the company, and they have Windows operating system, they have PowerPoint, they have Word, Excel, Microsoft Office, Windows, Xbox, Surface laptop, just like that. Informatica is the name of the company. They have a lot of products. One of the most popular product they have is Powercenter. So Powercenter is an ETL tool. It is used to extract, transform, and load. What does ETL mean? It means extract, transform, and load. Like we did in PLSQL, we extracted data from employees table, we transformed the data, and we loaded into some other table, right? So Powercenter is it's a UI tool. It has a user interface. Like you double click, right click, uncheck a box, check a box, and drag and drop. You don't type code here. It uses SQL. Whatever you do in SQL, like wait statement, group by, update, delete, join, sort, everything you can do in Powercenter. Okay. So in 2000, so Informatica was started by two people in 1993. In 2015, Microsoft and Salesforce, they bought this company. So this is no longer an independent company. Microsoft and Salesforce, they bought this company by paying 50-50. They split this company. They bought this company by paying half and half. So Microsoft has its own ETL tool called SSIS, and it has 50% partnership in the competition of its own ETL tool. Microsoft has its own ETL tool called SSIS, and then they also bought Informatica. So they own two. This one is owned 100% by Informatica, by Microsoft, and this one is owned 50% by Microsoft. The other 50% is owned by Salesforce. Okay. Now, what does, so a brief example of ETL, right? We in PLSQL we extracted data from employees table, we transformed the data, and we loaded somewhere else. Same thing is used, same concept is used in Informatica. And once again, like I say in every class, only if you know SQL very well, you will be able to understand Powercenter. Otherwise, you will not be able to understand Powercenter. Now, why do we need this? Okay, let's take an example of Walmart. Okay, they have, for example, they have 50. So there are 50 states in the US, right? So there is Alabama, there is Florida, there is Texas, there is California. Okay, Alabama stores their daily, so Walmart sells products, right? So Alabama stores their daily sales in an Excel. Okay, so they have customer ID, customer name, transaction total. They store all of their information in an Excel. Florida saves it in a table. Texas stores it in a flat file. Flat file is nothing but a text file. California stores it in an XML. Okay. Some other state. Okay, for example, let's just take this for now. Okay. You guys know what an XML is, right? Let me see if I can show you an example of an XML. I don't know if I have an XML copy of an XML. So, okay, I don't have it. So let me show here. So you have data stored like this. Okay, you can have data stored like this: employees and employee ID 1. Data stored within tags. Employee ID 1, and then you have temp name. So like this. So data is stored like this. And then you have kept ID and So data is stored in the form of an XML. So you have this, these are called tags. File, save as on my desktop, amp underscore XML, and I want to save this in the form of an XML. Okay, so this is data is stored in the form of an XML. These are tags. Okay, if you have a tag, you open a tag, you close a tag. You open. Sorry, there is something wrong here. Okay, so you open a tag, you close a tag. You open a tag, you close a tag. So this is how an XML is. Okay, so some companies store data in this format. Some companies store data in this format. Employee ID, emp name. Mustafa, can you go on mute? Okay. Some companies store data in this format. Some companies store data in this format. This is called as a flat file. So I showed you how to load data from a flat file into a table using SQL Loader, right? You write a control file, you will say store data inline from this file into this table, separated by, right? You guys remember SQL Loader?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So some companies store data in, so that's the example I want to give. Somebody stores data in an Excel, somebody stores data in a table, somebody stores data in a flat file, somebody stores data in an XML. Now, if somebody wants to see how much sale all of these four did, they would have to look here. They would have to look into four different systems, right? So what does Powercenter do is Powercenter will take data from Excel, table, flat file, XML, and load it to one single table. It can load it to one single table called Walmart sales. Okay, and it does it in a very easy way. So this is where your Powercenter comes in. ETL will extract data from this one, this one, this one, this one, load it into one place. So you're going to make life easy for business users by showing them data from four different systems in one place. Is that clear? This is a very brief example of what Powercenter does. It can extract data from these places, transform the data, and load it. Is that clear? Any questions before we proceed? Okay, so we are going to learn Powercenter in the next 5 weeks. I mean, this batch is doing good. I don't know if we will take even 5 weeks. Probably, if I am done by last week of July, I would be very happy. If I'm done by last week of July, I would be very, very happy. Okay, because the job market is slightly improving. I want you guys to be ready by end of July, and I'm going to conduct 2 mock interviews. Okay, there is a third party. Okay, this person, we pay somebody outside. You guys don't have to pay. Okay, from your training fee, whatever you paid us, we have to pay somebody outside to conduct interviews. So he will conduct 2 interviews, and he's going to give me feedback, and then we will work on your weak areas. Okay, so last week of July, I want to be done. Okay, so it's very easy. You will learn, you will enjoy working with Powercenter. It's very easy. Okay, if you know SQL, this is very easy. This is like our if then else. If you know Powercenter, then it's very easy. Otherwise, else very difficult. Okay, now if you guys understood this, let's proceed. Powercenter it's made up of it's made up of 4 components. There is something called as designer.
Abdul,
Yeah.
I have just one question with this, like maybe it's not related to this, but it's just crossed my mind. I heard this word, so I just want to ask if you can guide. Is it like what example you gave? Is this called what we call it batch processing?
No, this is called as data integration.
Okay,
This is called data integration. Why? Because you're integrating data from various different sources into one place. What
okay,
does the word integrate means? Integrate means make different things. You integrate, like, you integrate so many things into one place. So this is called as data integration. You're integrating data from 4 different systems into one. Batch processing means you have so many jobs running at work. So for example, usually our job starts, our batch, a bunch of jobs run and they load data into tables. That is called as batch. Our batch starts at 4 in the morning, 4 a.m. Okay, and we have to finish by 7 a.m. If our power center jobs don't complete by 7 a.m., that means we are missing the SLA, service level agreement, which we signed with the company. Okay, every time we miss an SLA, it would be a hit. Okay, you would be questioned, why is your SLA not, why didn't you meet your SLA? Okay, sometimes there is a valid reason, sometimes it's your fault, sometimes it's somebody else's fault, but yeah, that is called as batch processing. Usually batch will start after the business closes. So if Walmart has business till 5 p.m., if Walmart shuts down at 5, if it locks the store, if the stores close at 5 p.m., usually the batch starts at around 7, because they have to do some prep work before they send over the files to be loaded into the database. Okay, that's called as batch processing. We will cover that. Okay, so this is called data integration, where you take data from various different sources and load it into one place. So let's understand about different components of Power Center. Sorry, let's understand different components of Power Center. So we have something called designer, which is green. This is where you do 90% of your coding. This is where you do 90% of your coding. There is something called as workflow manager. Okay, this is orange. This is orange. Then you have workflow monitor. This is purple. I don't know if you guys can see it. Let me make it different. Okay, workflow monitor. And then you have something called as a repository manager. And this is something blue. Okay, you have mapping designer. You have mapping designer and workflow manager, workflow monitor, repository manager. Okay, over here you will spend 8% of your time. Over here you will spend 1% of your time. Over here you will spend 1% of your time. Or probably let me make this as 7. Let me make this as 2. Let me make this as 1. Here. So your Power Center is made up of 4 components: designer, workflow manager, workflow monitor, and repository manager. This is where you do 90% of your coding. This is, you spend like 7% of your time. Over here you spend 2%, and over here you spend 1%. Here. Now, the next thing, there are some steps in Power Center. Okay, let me give you the simplest example. Let me give you the most basic exercise. At work, you will be given a flat file and you will be asked to load data to a table. Okay. At work, you will be given a flat file like this, and they will say, please load this data into the table. Why? Because database is the best place to store data. Why? Because you can easily manipulate data. You can easily manipulate data in a table. So that is why database is the best place to store data. Is that clear to everyone? So at work, you will be given a flat file. At work, you will be given a flat file and you will be asked to load data to a table. Okay. Kamran, do you have a question? Okay, at work, they will send a file in this location. Okay, so what is this? So whenever you install Informatica Powercenter, you will have these folders. Okay, you will have these folders, src files, all of these. So somebody will drop a file in this location. Somebody will drop a file in this location like this, a flat file, and they will ask you to load data into a table. You will receive a flat file like this, emp id name depth id 1 up to 10. You will receive a flat file like this, and they will ask you to load this data to a table. Is that clear? They will send you file in this location. So right now, Powercenter is installed on your laptop. Okay, at work, Powercenter will not be installed at your laptop. Okay, Powercenter will be installed on a server which will run 24/7. Okay, and Informatica developers, you will have many Informatica developers in your company. And they will connect to Informatica, which is installed here. So the server, Informatica server, will be here. On your computer, you will have these four. This is called as client. Remember, when you install Powercenter, you had server and then client folder. Client will be installed on your computer. Informatica server will be installed on the server. Just like that, SQL developer will be installed on your computers. That is the client. So okay, for database, Oracle server will be installed on central location. And on your computer, on your personal computer, you will have SQL developer, which is called as a client. Okay, So every software has a server and a client. So server is usually installed on a central location. Client, which is used to access the database, is installed on your computer. Just like that, Informatica is installed on a central location, and you will have the client, the designer, the software used to access the server on your computer. Is that clear to everyone? So the software
Yes.
used to access the software is called as a client, and that is installed on your computer. Okay, the actual software will be installed on the server. Okay, so right now on your personal computer you have Powercenter installed. Okay, since you shut down your laptop every now and then, every time you start your computer, you would have to restart the services. Okay, please keep that in mind. At work, Powercenter will be installed on a computer which will run 24/7. So you don't have to worry about, first of all, you won't even have access to start and stop. Okay, the other thing, at work, you will not log in as administrator. Right now, you're logging as administrator. Okay, sure. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
See, at work, I log in as K Abdul. So you will never log in as administrator. Only the administrator will log in as administrator. See, on my database, I do not log in as sys or system. Okay, I do not log in as sys or system. I log in as I have my own user ID. Is that clear to everyone? So just because on your personal laptop you're logging in as sys in the database and administrator in your Powercenter, you will not do that at work, because right now you're the admin for database and Powercenter. Keep that in mind. So we will do a simple exercise. We will create a flat file and load it to a table. Okay, these are the steps. So at work, they will give you a flat file. They will ask you to load data to a table. They will simply give you a flat file like this. Okay, and they will say, can you please load this into a table? What's the first thing you need to do? You need to create structure. You need to create structure of table in database. You will need to create structure of table in database, right? That's the first thing you need to do. Okay. Second thing, we need to import structure of source file. We need to import the structure of source file in Designer. We will do this, all of these. We'll import the structure of source file in Designer. Import structure of target table in Designer. If you're reading data from a file, that's called as a source. When you're loading, if you're reading from something, that's source. If you're loading into something, that's target. Import structure of target table in Designer. Okay, later on, we will extract data from a table and load it to a flat file. Over here, we are extracting data from a flat file and loading to a table. Okay, the fourth, we will create a mapping. We will create a mapping in Designer, the green one. Fifth one, create session in workflow manager. Okay, create workflow in workflow manager. Run the workflow. 8, check data in database. These are the steps you will need to follow. Is this clear to everyone? These are the steps you will follow. Let me share. Why exactly that folder? Okay. At work, so when you install Powercenter, these will be installed automatically. If you go to your C, Informatica 9.6.1 server InfoShade and SRC files, go to InfoShade, you will see these files which are created. If somebody is asking you to load data into a table, they should be able to drop the file in this location. Okay, is that clear? Is that clear to everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
If you're reading data from a table and loading to a flat file, the opposite, your flat file is a target. So anytime you deal with files, it has to be here. Anytime you deal with tables, it has to be in the database. Clear? So remember in SQL Loader, we created a control file saying that pick up file from this location and load it into the database, right? Same thing, guys, once again, whatever we did in SQL, we will do in Powercenter. So right now I'm going to show you how to load data from a flat file to a table using Powercenter. We already know how to load data from a flat file to a table using SQL Loader. Clear? Now, who wants to share screen? I'm done sharing screen. No more screen sharing for me. Okay, somebody share screen, please. Somebody who has Powercenter connected, somebody whose server is running, and who, somebody whose services are running, and who is connected to Powercenter. Yeah, sure, please. Okay, so yeah, can you, okay, hold on. Why do you have two repositories? One is from March, one is from June. Okay, I don't know why you have two repositories, because this is the free version of Powercenter. So even though you create two repositories, you can only log into one. At my work, I can create as many repositories as I want because it's a paid version. If it's a free version, you can only create one at a time. You can create as many as you want, but you can only log into one. So which one is the right one? I think REP underscore, yeah, that's the right one because you created that yesterday for 623. Can you please log into that? Yeah, so your services are running. That's why you didn't get. Okay, so he is logged into his repository. Double click on info training, the folder. No, go to designer. Why are you, close this? I want you to log into designer. Please log into designer. Again, you logged into workflow manager. Okay, you can close the, yeah. So make sure you pin your mapping designer to taskbar. Okay, yeah, you're in designer now. Okay, please log in. You will never log in as administrator at work. Remember that. Okay, double click on info training. Okay, your Powercenter is working. Okay, that's okay. Maximize this. Okay, is it maximized? Okay. Now, let's assume that you're at work. Open your C Informatica 9.6.1 server InfoSheet SRC files. Okay, right click over here. Okay, right click over here and create a flat file. Let's create a flat file called, yeah, create a flat file called emp underscore Walmart. Okay, double click on this and enter some data in this. Emp ID, name, department ID, emp ID, comma name, comma dept ID. Emp ID, comma name, comma dept ID. Okay, no spaces. Yeah, get rid of the comma after dept ID. So this is a comma separated file. Okay, enter some data in here. 1 comma Abdul comma 10, 2 comma. Just enter some records here.
Abdul,
Go to the next line and hit enter some more records here.
Abdul, is there a problem if there is a full stop after the dept ID?
No, there is no full stop.
No, if
The
there
moment
is a full
it's
stop, is that a problem?
it's a problem. There shouldn't be any full stops. Your delimiter here is comma. The moment it doesn't see a comma, it will go to the next line. The moment it doesn't see comma, it will go to the next line. Okay. Okay, save and close. So you will have a flat file like this. So suppose you're at work. They will give you this. Hold on, go back. At work, they will drop a file in your location. Now your job starts. What is the first thing you will do? What is the first thing you will do? I cannot hear you. You might be on mute.
Create a structure of a table.
Yeah, the first thing you will do is create the structure of the table. So you want to transfer data from this file to a table, right? So the first thing you do, like I said like I mentioned in my notes, the first thing you will do is create the structure of a table in the database. Okay, can you go to your database and create the structure of a table? Yeah, create table hr.emp underscore Walmart. Emp ID name, dept ID. Emp ID is number, name is varchar 200, dept ID is number. Once again, if you don't know how to create tables, how to alter tables, insert statements, Powercenter is going to be very difficult for you. Dept ID and number. Very good. So you created the structure of the table. Okay. Previously, if you wanted to insert data into a table, we were writing insert statements, right? No, we will never do that at work. We will make Powercenter write the insert statements. Okay, Powercenter will extract data from the flat file and load it to this table. The first thing is done, right? Where are your notes? Can you open the notes? The ones I just pasted. Yeah, create the structure of table in database. Perfect, done. Let's import the structure of source file in designer. Okay, so go back to your designer. Everybody do this, please. Okay, so how do you import the structure of source? Okay, you look, can you click on the, yeah, click on that. Right click and clear this out and say clear from workspace. Okay, so this is where you will import the structure of the source. See, I am not saying import the source. I'm saying import the structure of the source. Okay, so how do you import the structure of the source? You will go to sources on the top and say import from file. Go to C Informatica 9.6.1 server info shared src files. src files. Okay, you will not see the name of your file here. So because it's a .txt file, but you're only checking for .dat. So make it all files. Now you will see emp underscore Walmart. Double click on that. Hold on 1 second. This is what you will see. Okay, you have a delimited file and you have a fixed width. So right now we are going to import the delimited file. And what is the delimiter we have? We have comma delimiter. Okay, very good. The first thing you will do is you will select import field names from first line. Okay, why do you need to do that? Otherwise, emp ID, name, emp name, and department ID will be read as data. That is not data. That is a column, right? That is a header. So we don't want to read emp ID, emp name, and dept ID as data, right? So select that box, import field names from first line. Okay, click next. Over here, it will ask you what is your delimiter. Powercenter automatically detects that comma is the delimiter. Okay, say next. And say finish. Okay, do Control S. Okay, on the bottom left, you will see the flat file structure was imported or inserted. Can you highlight that? Okay, so you imported the structure of the source, right? Can you go back to your notes and see what we have to do next? Now we have to import the structure of the target table in Designer. So go back to Designer. Okay, so you already imported the structure of the source in Source Analyzer. Now we will import the structure of the target in Target Analyzer. Yeah, click on that, Target Designer. Click on that. Clear this out. Just right click and say clear from workspace. No, don't delete. No deleting. Clear from workspace. Okay, let's import the structure of the target. Okay, hold on 1 second. So your database, your table is in the database. Powercenter should connect to database and import the structure of the table, right? So Powercenter should be able to talk to the database and get the structure of the table. So go to targets on the top and say import from database. Okay. A lot of you, most of you will not see this option. Okay. You have to create a connection between Powercenter and database. Okay. Does everyone have this setup? Does everyone have this setup?
Yes.
Yes.
Delete from here will not delete from database. It will delete from Powercenter. Delete, if you delete an object from Powercenter, it will not delete from database. It will only delete here. You will have to import it again. Okay. Once again, did everyone create a connection between Powercenter and did everyone? Okay. Let me just show it. Okay. Click on the 3 dots. Let's create a connection between Powercenter and database. Okay. Click on add. Okay. So let's create a connection. How do you create a connection between Powercenter and database? So you will have to use one of the ODBC connection here. Okay. Can you do you see Oracle Wire Protocol? Double click on that. Oracle Wire Protocol. You already scrolled past it. Oracle Wire Protocol. Data Direct 7. Yeah. Click on that because our database is Oracle. So click on that. Finish. Okay, give it some name. Just say a target. Just say target underscore HR. Okay, the host is going to be your computer name, the server name. Right now, your computer is your host. No need to type in test. Just type in target underscore HR. Okay, type in the host name. You can either type in localhost or the name of your computer. Just type in localhost here. Okay, port number is going to be any application. If it's trying to connect to Oracle database, it will use port number 1521.
1521.
Very good. Yeah. Okay. SID is your
XE.
Oracle. Yeah, it is XE because it is your server name. It is your Oracle database name. It's XE. Okay. Now click on test. Okay. Type in your user ID and password. Type in HR and then the password. Please do not type in the wrong password. That's the worst thing I can see in a day. Okay. It says connection established. Click OK. Say apply, say OK. So this is how you create a connection between Powercenter and database. Okay, click OK. Okay, let's import the structure of the, this is just a one-time thing. Once you do this, you will never have to create a connection again. Okay, so yeah, close that. So how do you import the structure of the table from database? Go to targets on the top. Click on import from database. Okay, and select that connection which you just created. What's the name of the connection you just created? It's called target underscore HR, right? The last one, yeah. Select that. Now type in the user ID and password of the database. HR. And say connect. Your password is not that long. Okay, click on connect. Okay, now you will see all the tables in your HR schema. Okay, maximize the HR schema on the left side. Maximize tables. And now you will see emp underscore Walmart, right? So click on that and say OK. You're not going to type any code here. Click OK. Control S. OK. Imported the structure of the source, imported the structure of the target. Now let's see what's the next thing you do. Go back and refer the notes. Okay, create a mapping in Designer. So let's create a mapping in Designer.
Abdul, what does Control S do?
Save.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Control S does save in Word, Excel, and any application you use. Control S will save. Okay. That is very important in Powercenter. Keep hitting Control S. It's free. You will not get charged for it. You will. So many people make mistakes just because they don't save the code. Okay. Let's go back. Let's create a mapping in Designer. So you imported the structure of source, you imported the structure of the target. Let's create a mapping. So go to Mapping Designer now. The fifth option, the fifth tab. Yeah, click on that. Okay, you cannot clear a mapping. Like how you can clear a source and target, you cannot clear a mapping. Okay, another thing. Do you see sources on the left side? Maximize sources on the left side. On the left, that is not left. That is center of your screen. Left, you're going to your right. Keep going to your left. That is center of your screen. Yes, that is called left. Okay, maximize sources there. Okay, maximize flat file. So this is the flat file which you just imported, the structure of the source file. Maximize targets. Emp underscore Walmart is the target structure you already imported just now. Okay, just make sure that it's there. Now let's create a mapping. Okay, you cannot go to source analyzer now, where you imported the structure of the source. Click on that. Right click anywhere on the screen and clear this out. Clear from workspace. See, you can clear this out, but the target also, you can clear it out. Can you clear your target also? Clear this out. So you can clear out source and target. Unfortunately, you cannot clear out the mapping. So go to mapping. Okay, you cannot clear out a mapping. So you have to go to mappings on the top and say create new. And say create. Okay, you can give it any name, A, B, C, X, Y, Z, Abdul, 1, 2, 3. But this is what you should name your mappings. M underscore, lowercase m underscore. Now everything should be uppercase. FF underscore aura underscore Walmart underscore employees. Okay, so what does this mean? Don't do anything. So what does this mean? So M underscore, it means this is a mapping. What is this mapping doing? It is extracting data from the source from a flat file and loading it to an Oracle table. All right. And what kind of data it has? It has Walmart employees data. Is this clear to everyone? The naming for mappings. Click OK. Okay. So now you see the name of your mapping on the top. Drag and drop the source and drag and drop your target here. Drag and drop your source and drag and drop your target. Okay. And map emp ID to emp ID, name to name, and department ID to department ID. Right click, select all, drag and drop emp ID to emp ID. No, do it again. Right click, select all, drag and drop emp ID to emp ID. Yep, Control S. Okay. Control S. So what does it say on the bottom left of your screen? it says mapping got created and it is valid. Do you see that? Can you highlight that? Yep. So you're done here. Now go back to your notes and see what do you have. So you're done. 90% of your code is done. 95% of your code is done. Now create a session in Workflow Manager. Let's create a session. Now open your Workflow Manager, the orange one. Okay, log in here. Okay, double click on your folder. Okay, how do you create a session? So let's create a session. Click on Task Developer. Okay, do you see a symbol for settings on the top middle of your top right of your screen? Go right, move to your left slowly, keep moving to your, yeah, click on that. Let's create a session in Task Developer. Yeah, click on that and click somewhere on the screen. Yep, click there. It will tell you which mapping to associate with this session. Okay, so double click on the first one and click OK. So automatically a session will be created. Look at the name of the session, S_M. So mapping will start with M_FF_Aura. Session will start with S_M. Okay, and now do Control S. Okay, now it says session got inserted. Maximize sessions on your left side. You will see this brand new session which you just created. Okay, this is the session which you just created. Okay, now we have to make sure of a few things. Double click on your session here. Okay, go to Mappings tab. Okay, click on the sources on the left side. Highlight that, highlight it. Okay, now scroll on your bottom right. Scroll down on your bottom right. Make sure that it is reading data from the right folder. So it is reading data from what is the source file directory? It is $PM source file dir. That means $PM source file dir is equal to C Informatica 9.6.1 server infrastructure src files. Don't even change that. Okay, what is the source file name? emp_walmart.txt. Here, the source, just make sure that the file directory and the file name are correct. Is this clear to everyone? Okay. Now,
Yes.
now click on targets on the left side. Two things you have to make sure: the folder and the directory are correct. The folder and the file name are correct. Now click on targets on the left side. Yeah, go ahead. Can you speak? I cannot hear you. Okay, what is your question? You can dial in from
I
your
think
phone.
you cannot put the microphone on.
How to verify the source? What does that mean? How to verify the source? You can dial in from your phone if your mic is not on. What do you mean how to verify the source? Your source is valid. It's working fine. Okay, let's proceed. You have to make sure that the directory and the file name are right. Okay, so right now you don't have to worry about it because Powercenter already picked up the right folder and the file name. Now click on targets on the left. Highlight. Okay. Most of you will not have that connection HR. Okay, so you again have to create a connection between Workflow Manager and the database. Okay, previously you created a connection between designer and database. Now you have to create a connection between a Workflow Manager and database. Okay, say okay. I'll show you how to do that. Say okay and do Control S. Okay, how do you create a connection between workflow manager and database? Go to connections on the top. Okay, and say relational, and click on new. Okay, say Oracle. Click OK. Give it any name. Call it target, Oracle underscore TGT, or just say, call it any name. I said name. Username is your database user ID. Give it any name. A HR underscore target or whatever. I don't care. Just give it any name. Oracle underscore HR underscore target. Okay, good. Give it a user ID. User ID is going to be okay. Give the password. Connect string is always going to be your database name, XE. Click OK. Okay. Close. So this is how, click on close. Okay. This is how you create a connection. Okay. And double click on your session, go to targets. Double click on your sessions and go to targets. Double click on what you have on your right side. Double click on that. Go to mappings, go to targets. Okay. Click on the down arrow. Down arrow. That is not an arrow. That is also not an arrow. Where you see HR right next to it, there is an arrow, right? Yeah, click on that. Let's use Oracle underscore HR underscore target, the one which we just created. Okay, we have to create a connection between designer and database and workflow manager and database. One time thing. You don't have to do this again. Click OK. Say apply, say OK. Control S. So session is done. Let's create a workflow. Do Control S. Okay. How do you create a workflow? Go to workflow designer now. Yes, you cannot clear out a workflow. Just like you cannot clear out a mapping, you cannot clear out a workflow. Go to workflows on the top and say create. And now WF lowercase underscore FF underscore aura underscore. Okay, so don't type. I'll show you a shortcut. Go to your designer tab. Go to your designer, green one. Don't close. Go to your designer. Okay, go to mappings on the top. Click on edit. Mappings on the top. Click edit. Control C. And go back to your workflow manager. Get rid of everything and do Control V. Get rid of M and type in WF. Okay, no need to type anything in Powercenter. Click OK. Drag and drop your session here, the one which you just created before. Okay, do you see the third option on the right side? On the extreme right side? Yeah, click on that and connect your start and the session with it. Control S. That is it. That is it. You created your mapping, session, and workflow. Now let's run the work. Okay, just go to your database and do select star on your table first. Go to your database and do select star on your table. So this table is empty right now. When I run my workflow, it will extract data from the flat file and load it into this table. Why are you typing? Your table name is there on the top. Just copy paste it. Yeah, be smart, guys. Don't have to type. Okay, do select star on this table. It will be empty because he never loaded any data in it. Okay, now go to your workflow manager. There are like 5 different ways of running a workflow. I will show you the simplest way. Just right click somewhere on the screen. right click, and say start workflow. Click on that. So a workflow will run, or a job will run. See, it is running right now. It succeeded. Okay, what does it mean? It extracted data from the flat file and loaded to a table. Okay, double click on your session on the right side. Yeah, double click on it. Okay, do you see source and target statistics on the bottom? Maximize that. Click on the arrow next to it. So it read 4 records and loaded 4 records. It read 4 records from the source file. SQ means source. The other one is target. SQ means the flat file, source flat file. Okay, now check your data now. Go to your database and check if the data got loaded. Is this clear to everyone? So instead of writing a control file, pickup file from here, load it into this table, all of this thing, did you write any code here? You did not write any code so far, right? You just dragged and drop this and that. Just check this box, just make sure everything is done for you. And you just right click and run the workflow. Is this clear to everyone? Guys, I need answers. Yes, no, answer something.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's clear. Yeah, interesting.
Okay.
Hey, Abdul, I have a quick question. The session, so every day when you log into work, you have to create a new session, or is this something you do once and then that is what your window to this whole...
No, I just do it once. I just create a mapping once, session once, workflow once. I will schedule the workflow to run every day at 5 p.m. So every day I will get a brand new file. I will load it into a table.
Okay. So when you say once, does it mean once for that particular task, or once like
So I create a mapping once in my lifetime. I create a session once for this Walmart employees file. Every day I will get this Walmart employees file at 5 p.m. or 5 p.m. So I have to run this workflow every day at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
So I will create a mapping once in my lifetime. I'll create the structure of this table. I will create the map. I will import it once, the structure of the source, structure of the target. I'll create the mapping once, sessions once, workflow once. Right now he's ran the workflow manually, right? I will schedule this workflow to run every day at some particular time. So every day the file will come in, Powercenter will pick up the file, load it into a table. The next day the file will come in, Powercenter will pick up the file and load it to a table. So once you create it and automate it, you will never go back and look at any of this.
Okay. Okay.
Is this clear to everyone?
Yes, Abdul. Of course, we have gone through different steps. So just a high level, the steps or whatever the terminology we were using, like workflow and source, target. So because it was all, just.
It's okay. I'm not expecting everyone to understand it. It's okay. You'll have to practice this. So we will do one exercise right now. Can somebody else share their screen? I want somebody else to share screen.
I can share it. Abdul, can you hear me?
Go ahead. Share your screen. Yasin, you can stop sharing.
Okay.
This is all drag and drop, click, right click, select a box, unselect a box. That's all you need to do here. Tonya, is this clear to you?
Yeah, I'm just finishing whatever you did here on my computer.
Okay. I'll give you guys some time. If you, I'll give you 5 minutes. Kamran, you can. I mean, sorry, whoever, I still don't remember. Whoever wanted to share screen, please share your screen. I'll give a couple of minutes, and you guys can wrap up.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, you can.
My microphone is good, right? I had a problem with the microphone.
No.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
Oh, don't delete anything. Don't
No,
delete.
I will not. I will just.
You cannot clear it out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, work mappings and workflows you cannot clear out. Source, target, session you can clear out. Here.
Got it.
Okay. Can I start the next exercise?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Go to your source directory. So when I say go to source directory, you have to go to C Informatica 9.6.1 server info shared src files.
Okay, you talking about the folder, right?
Yeah. Go to the Informatica server. So Informatica server is C Informatica 9.6.1 server
Okay,
info shared src files.
C Informatica 961, and then we need server and info shared. Okay.
Okay. Create a folder and call it as call this as Facebook. Okay, Facebook underscore EMP. Call this as Facebook underscore EMP. Okay, now create a file in that folder. Call that as Facebook underscore EMP.txt. Create a flat file. Flat file means text document. So call this as Facebook underscore EMP. Underscore EMP. You don't have to type .txt here because you are creating this as a text file. Okay, double click on this. Type in emp ID, name, no spaces, emp ID, name. Okay. Get rid of, instead of, let's use a different delimiter. So we already used comma, let's use pipe.
Okay.
Get rid of comma and let's use a pipe delimiter. Okay, after name, type in another pipe. Depth ID. Pipe salary. Okay, enter some data here. Enter 3 records here. 1, Abdul, 10, 1000. No. Your delimiters are pipe. It's not space.
Yeah.
It's a pipe. Okay. Then and then salary is 1000. Enter 2 more records there.
Good enough?
Yeah. Why do you want to give Ramil $1 salary? Okay, save and close. Save and close.
He's cheap person, that's why.
Okay. Now, okay, at work, you will be given this file. Okay, somebody will send a file into this location. You will be asked to load data into a table. That is it. So if you're at work, somebody will send a file into this location and say, please load this data into a table. So proceed now.
Okay, let's
and check my notes.
One second, I have to go back to the notes first. To be honest, I missed that notes.
Kamran, go to SQL and create the table, the structure of the table first.
Okay. Just 1 second. I had to open it because I had the issue with the microphone. I closed everything and reopened.
And Kamran, you can reach these notes in the chat if you need.
The chats also went because I had to close everything, so chat is not showing me anything else.
Okay, I sent you again.
Okay.
Check the chat.
First thing you will do is create the structure of the table.
Should we call it the?
Call it Facebook_employees.
Okay.
At work, you will be given the name of the table and the columns, but for now, just take whatever you want. You'll get a document. I'll show you how that document looks like. I think I already showed you before, but yeah. Go ahead.
So we had there. I have to see that file again.
If you guys get stuck, Fahad will help you. He's an expert. And guys, just because Kamran is sharing screen doesn't mean you're just going to watch what he's doing. Okay? If he's getting stuck, help him out. And you have to practice at the same time.
Yeah, guys, I'm slow anyway. You will have a time.
Hey, Abdul, in this exercise, we're just creating this table over here instead of Powercenter, just because this is a second way to do it, correct?
We never create tables in Powercenter. Table is always in database. Table is a database object, right? So you create it here. We never created. When did we create table in Powercenter?
Just now in the last example, didn't we?
No.
I defined the structure of the table over there.
We imported the structure of the source and imported the structure of the target. We never created there.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Kamran, barakallah.
Okay.
There is a red line. That means there is something wrong.
The name. Okay, guys, I see. I missed a comma here and I had an extra comma here.
Hey, Abdul,
number 2.
Anytime you ever have to create a table, you create it through here, to SQL Developer.
Yes.
Okay, and then so basically, Powercenter is to fill the table up.
Yes, correct.
With information. Okay.
Yes.
And so right now he's creating a table in HR, right? And so.
Kamran, there is a red line. There is a red line. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, he's creating this table into HR schema, and then once he uploads the information, he's gonna then create the target source mapping.
You have to create the structure of the source. You have to create the structure of the target. You have to create a mapping. Okay. You see, you will be given a file. Okay. You will have to create the structure of the target in the database.
Which is what we're doing right now.
Which he is doing right now.
Okay.
In Powercenter, you will import the structure of source, import the structure of... Guys, hold on. Okay, 1 second. So this is like... Your house is 1 kilometer away from the river. You want the water from the river in your house. So what will you do? You will build a pipeline, right? And then the water will flow from the river into your house, right? That's the thing you're doing. Your source is a river. Your target is your house. You will build a pipeline. You will run the workflow. That is when the water will flow. That is when the data will flow from the source to the target.
Abdul, the concept makes sense. So what I'm really confused about is this, right? So if he's right now creating the table in HR schema, which is the source, it's the structure of the source, correct?
It is not the structure of the source. Source is a flat file. Target
Oh,
is a
okay.
table.
Okay, that clears my confusion. So it's not necessarily like how the target is a different table and a source is a different table, and you're interacting with the data. It's different here, where the target is.
Hold on. 1 second. Kamran, your source is a file, right?
Yes,
You're reading data from a file, right?
correct.
Okay, so don't click on import from database. Say click import from
No,
file.
from the file, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. What was it? What were you saying?
So just to like double check that my confusion is cleared. The target is in SQL developer language is the DDL, basically the data, the table structure and everything.
Structure, yeah.
Okay, and then the target is basically your data itself.
Target is your table structure. Source is your source structure.
So source is the data itself, the Facebook employee.
No.
Source.
No. Powercenter has nothing to do with data. Powercenter has everything to do with the structure. There is nothing to do with data here. It has everything to do with the structure.
Okay.
Pastor, so next.
You build a pipeline between the source and the target, then you run the workflow. That is when the data will flow.
Okay,
Till you run the workflow, it's only has everything to do with the structure.
Okay. So again, what I'm failing to understand is what's the target and what's the source? The source is
Where are you reading data from?
The Facebook
Kamran, hold on.
employee.
Kamran, hold on 1 second. Stop.
Yeah,
Kamran,
sure. You continue. I'm just
okay. Where are we reading data from?
The flat file.
Okay. That is your source. You're reading data from something that is your source.
Okay.
You're loading data into something that is your target.
That's okay.
So source is a flat file, target is a table. You build a pipeline between your source file and the target table. Then you run the workflow.
So that
data will flow.
Called mapping?
Mapping, yes.
Okay, all right, man. So now it's clear. So so basically, like when we're doing SQL developer, and every time we had assignments where you had to create a table, enter information. So when things like that happen at work, every time you have a new table plus new data, you have to do this whole circle all over again. You could source, target, map.
Yes, but if tomorrow, okay, right now we loaded 4 records in the table, right, in the previous exercise?
Correct.
If we add one more employee, you don't have to do everything. You just add one more record in the source file and run the workflow. That 5th record will also get loaded.
Okay, all right.
Because once again, this is only to do with the structure of your source and target.
Okay. So this is basically the process for when you create a table and you load the initial data.
You can load every day's data also. Okay, guys, you import structure, you import the target, source, mapping, create session, create workflow just once in your life for that particular file. Okay, every day you get more data, you will not import again and create a mapping. No. That mapping which he created, whoever Yasin created, that will work forever.
You're just changing the data from inside.
So basically, it's not necessarily additions. It can be modification, subtraction, or of course, new records. I mean, so basically, when you have the workflow running, it captures the delta and changes the target. I mean, how
Guys,
does it?
I don't. Why are you using those terms, delta and all those? I have not gone there yet. All I am saying is, you will extract data from a flat file, load it to a table. Even if you get okay, you run this today. Tomorrow, if you get 100 records, you will still run the same workflow. It will take 100 records. Did anything change in the structure of the source? No. Did anything change in the structure of the target? No. Once again, Powercenter has nothing to do with the data. Remember that Powercenter has nothing to do with data. It has to do everything with the structure of the source, structure of the target.
Got it.
Okay. unless the structure of source and target changes, nothing will happen. Data can be one day 1 record, tomorrow could be 1 million record, third day could be 1 billion records. You will run the same workflow every day.
It's always from that flat file, whatever it has, it goes there.
And so, like,
Don't talk about deltas and all those things right now, please. This is day one. I'm not even going to acknowledge if you use the word delta. Go ahead. What was the question?
Yeah, so let's say, like, right now, Kamran is uploading Abdul, Ramil, and Kamran data, right? Tomorrow you get 5 records. That would be a flat file in the same location?
Yeah. Tomorrow they will send a new flat file which will overwrite the existing flat file.
Okay.
You just put that file, that's it.
I think my total confusion is clear. I can see the picture now. Thank you, Abdul.
Let's complete this. You'll understand. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, guys. So this was a pipe delimited file. So you cannot use comma here. You have to change it to pipe.
I put it others and then put the pipe.
Very good. Okay, say next.
Abdul, I have a question.
Yes.
So do we need to put there no codes, or we need to leave like as it is?
No changes. You just go with the default. Click back.
Okay, then when we need to use that.
Which one are you talking about? The double quotes?
I'm talking about the double quotes. Yes, test qualifier.
No, so right now the way we get data, this should be good. I have never touched this. I don't even know what that option is.
Okay, yeah, sometimes we get that with the codes. That's why we need to mesh that. Just wanna.
Yeah, right now just go with the default. Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Finish.
Okay. Yes. So you imported, do Control S. Okay, so you imported the structure of the source. I will never use the word you imported the source. If I say you imported the source, that means the data also got imported. No, this has nothing to do with the data. Okay, Powercenter has not. It is only building pipelines between the source and target, so data can flow later. Okay, now import the structure of the target. Target is your table right now.
Now, third one, create a mapping. Import structure of the target. Yeah, you're right. And designer. So we go to target designer.
Maximize the screen.
And 1 second. This is good. And 1 second. I cannot clarify what I am doing right now. I got confused a little bit. So we created the.
You have a flat file. You have to load data to a table. That's all you're doing.
Right.
Okay. So source is a flat file. Table is a target.
Now we have to go import the. No, we don't.
Let me share screen. Okay, you can stop sharing.
Sure.
At work, you will be given a flat file like this. At work, you will be given a flat file. Okay, this is a flat file. You will be asked to load data to a table in HR schema. Thus, database is the best place to store data, right? I have 1 million records here. What will you do? You will create the structure of the table and write 1 million insert statements. You will not do that. You will make Powercenter write the 1 million insert statements. So you will be given this flat file. They will send this flat file into this location, right? You already have that Facebook employee flat file in this location, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
They will give you data. This is your source. Most of you are getting confused with source and target. Is this clear? Your flat file is your source.
Yes.
Is this clear? Source means you're reading data. You're reading data from something, that will be your source. You're loading data. You're writing data or loading. You're loading data into a table, right? Clear? Yes or no? No,
Yes,
it's
sir.
not clear. Kamran, is that clear?
Kind
It's
of.
not clear. It is not clear at all. So let me explain again. At work, they will give you a flat file like this. Okay. They will drop it in this location. They will say, hey, Kamran, this is your file. Please load it into a table. They will say, Kamran, this is temp ID name, dept ID. They will say, please load this data into a table, and they'll go away. Now you will have this file in your ETL server, an Informatica 9.7 server. You have this file. How will you load this file? Right? This is your source, right?
Yes, exactly.
First thing you will do, log into your database.
Create the table.
Create the structure. You will not create a table and load data. You will create the structure. Structure means only the skeleton. You will create the structure of the table here in your database. Import the structure of source. Import the structure of target. Build a pipeline. Run the workflow. So data will flow from the flat file to the table. And finally, you will have data in your table. Now tell me, what is your question?
No, that's clear. Like technically, I understand that. Like flat file and do the table, and then
what is your
load
source?
Through the.
What is your source? What does source mean?
Flat file.
Why flat file? Why not table?
Because the data is in the flat file, right?
Yes, you're reading data from the flat file. That is why flat file will be your source. Target. Target means you're taking from here and loading it here. This is going to be your target, right?
Right, correct.
So you're loading data here. So you will build a pipeline between this. This is your house. This is the river. This is your house. You want water from the river to your house. You will build a pipeline. Turn on the tap. Water will flow from the river to your house. You have your source. You have your target. You will build a pipeline between them. Then you will run the workflow. Workflow will take the data from here. It will pass through the mapping and get loaded in your target table. Then you do select star on your table and check the data.
In that case, we have to just create the target.
You already created the structure of the target, right?
Yes, we did.
You're not clear. You're still
that's
confused.
the problem, like how to pull that in the Powercenter.
Yeah, you will import this. How did you import the structure of the source?
The same way, import from the file.
Yeah. So how will you import the structure of the target?
Import
you will say import from database, right? Because it's
yeah,
this table is in the database, right?
Yes, correct. Okay.
You're still not confident, but I'll let you proceed.
Okay.
I'll stop sharing and you can proceed. It's okay. The first 1 or 2 classes, it will be like this, and then you guys will understand. Can you share your screen?
Yes, sure. 1 second.
Yasin, source is a type of the day. That absolutely makes no sense. Source is the type of the day, such as flat file, and from where uploading. That doesn't make any sense to me. So you already import. Yeah, we can see.
Okay.
Yeah, I can.
So basically, we have to go to the target and import from the database, right?
Yes, because your table is the target and it's present in your database.
HR and password. Let me see. Database, it's already here.
Wrong password.
Not really. I typed twice.
Did you write down your HR password somewhere?
Yeah, all of them I have it, but this is like simple password I put.
Kamran, check the caps lock.
Oh, it's not on. I checked it first.
Your HR schema will get locked if you type in your password incorrect too many times. Can you open your notepad where you wrote down the passwords?
There you go.
Okay, this is your right password. First of all, close your flat file. You shouldn't have flat file open. If you created the flat file, you should save and close. Yeah, close this. Okay, now import the structure of the target. Okay, I'll show you a shortcut. You don't have to do that. Okay, you can just search for there. Yeah, just type in Walmart there.
Facebook.
Oh, sorry, Facebook. Just type in face and search. You don't have to type in the entire thing. You can just type in. Okay. Now click on HR. See, it will bring you the Control S.
Now we do have this one also.
Control S.
I did it.
Okay. So do you see Facebook _ EMP Oracle? Your target table is in Oracle database, right? So this is your target. So you imported the structure of the source. You imported the structure of the target. Now create a mapping.
Mapping.
Yep.
Facebook.
No, that's not what I said. I said M _ FF _ Aura _ Facebook _ employees.
What
Everything
was
should be uppercase.
FF?
Everything should be uppercase after that. Yeah, FF means flat file. _ Aura means you're reading from a flat file and loading to an Oracle table, ORA. So what kind of data? Facebook _ employees. Facebook _ emp. So this is a mapping which is reading data from a flat file, loading to an Oracle table, and it is Facebook employee data. Click OK. Drag and drop your source, drag and drop your target from the left side.
Okay, target, source. Let's start with the source.
Start with the source, correct. There are hundreds of flat files there. Will you drag and drop hundreds, or will you drag and drop that particular Facebook flat file?
Facebook.
Yes, you will only drag and drop the one which you need. Okay, minimize sources on the left. You're done with sources, so minimize sources on the left. Okay,
now
drag and drop the target you want. Perfect. Minimize everything on the left side. You don't need anything on the left side anymore. Okay. So map emp ID to emp ID, name to name, department ID to department ID, salary to salary. So right click, select all. Drag and drop emp ID to emp ID. All the 4 columns will get mapped. No, that is, do right click, make sure. Okay, yeah, you did it right. To Control S. Sometimes you have to be careful. Sometimes what will happen is emp ID will get mapped to name, department ID will
arrange all. Let's see.
Yeah,
correct.
you can do arrange all. Okay. That's it. You're done with 90% of your code. Do Control S. Okay, so you imported the structure of the source, so first you did was create the structure of the target. Because you get the source, you have to create the structure of the target. It's like somebody is giving you water in a cup. They say, can you put this in a jug or a mug? So what will you do? You will take it and pour it into that jug, right? So that jug, you first have to get a jug, then take it and pour it into that. So first you create an empty container where you want to store this data in the database. Then You will import the structure of the source. You will import the structure of the file, import the structure of the target, create a mapping. This is like a pipeline. That's the house, that's the river. That's you're letting data will flow from there to there once you run the workflow. So far, you're only dealing with the structures. Okay, now let's go to Workflow Manager.
Abdul, can you go back for a second?
Sure.
Yeah. So my question is, like, every time you add the source, these two boxes come by default?
Yes, the source
Okay.
definition and source qualifier will come by default. We will look into that later. But for now, just understand that whenever you drag and drop a source, automatically a source qualifier will come. Good question, but we will look into that later.
Okay, thank you.
Right now, I just want you guys to get used to between source, target, mapping, session, workflow. That is it. That's the okay. So first, create a session.
Okay, now we have to create a session. It was somewhere here, right?
In Task Developer.
Task Developer, okay.
Okay, clear this out. Right click and clear this out. You don't have to highlight it. Just right click and say clear all. Clear all, the second option. Slow down, slow down.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay, let's create a session.
What's a session in terms of the example you gave about the house and the water source?
Right now, I cannot give you a good example right now, but once we proceed, I will tell you.
Okay, okay.
Over here, okay. I can, hold on 1 second, Kamran. So, okay, for example, you have a river and you have 3 houses. You have 3 houses. Okay. Okay, so you have 1 river and you have 3 houses. So you can supply water to the first source. You can supply water to the first house, then the second house, then the third house. This is where session will come into picture, because you get a flat file. You have to load data into the development database, the QA database, and production database. So you can tell your session, okay, first load here, then load there, then load there. So you can change that over here. Okay. For now, just assume that you have to create this. Okay. Once we go more, I'll explain.
Okay. Yeah, it clears the confusion a little bit. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you can control which schema. Actually, I'll show you. Click OK. Okay. Double click on this. So what are the 2 things we make sure here? You don't go to any of this. Go to mappings tab. Okay. So you check if the first go to source and make sure it is reading data from the right folder. Can you scroll down and check if it's reading data from the right folder? Scroll down. Slow. Yeah, over there. Source file directory.
Right here, yeah.
Is that correct?
Correct one.
That is not correct.
Why? That's the source file.
Source file dir means C Informatica 9.6.1 server info-shared SRC files. You're not reading data from C Informatica 9.6.1 server info-shared SRC files. Can you please go back and check where are you reading data from?
I think there was a folder called Facebook.
Yes, we added one more. I wantedly gave this.
Oh, okay. So I have to add this one.
Yes. You can add the complete thing, C Informatica, or over there you already have C Informatica, that $PM source file dir. It's a variable. It holds some value. Okay, it is already assigned to C Informatica 9.6.
Can I do just like that?
Yeah, that's it. Put a backslash. Yeah, that's it. And the file name is also correct, right?
Hey, Abdul, isn't it a good practice to put the whole link as opposed to assume what the $sign is?
No, just leave the variable as it is. That's actually not a good practice to hard code. Never hard code the. Tomorrow, if the source directory changes, you would have to come back to all your workflows and change it, right? This is like example of global variable and static, the local variable, right? If you define it at the global variable, everywhere it will take that, right? Okay, now check the targets. Check the targets.
Should I apply this one before or?
Yeah, click OK. Yeah, just click apply. Don't click OK. Don't click.
Okay.
Just click apply. Okay. Now, okay. You already created a connection, right? The HR connection.
I think so. Yeah.
It's there on your screen. I see it.
Yeah, right here.
Okay. So click on the drop down. The square. The down arrow. Click on the down arrow.
Which one?
There is just one down arrow on your entire screen, right next to HR. Stop moving your cursor. Wait. First, locate where the down arrow is. Don't move your cursor. Click, 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 click. No. First, look where down arrow is. Okay. Once you see it, click on it.
There you go.
Okay. So who was asking that question? What does a session do? So, for example, if your Facebook employee table is present in 10 different schemas, it is present in sys schema, it is present in HR schema, it is present in sales schemas, because same table can be present in different schemas, right? Right. Over here, you can control which one you can want to. Right now, if you select HR, it will load it to HR schema. Okay. Click OK. Click OK. Say OK. Say OK. And do Control S. Now, for example, if there was this Facebook table was present in sys schema also. So go to connections on the top. Relational. And say new. Say new and say Oracle. Say OK. Type in sys.
Name sys.
Yes. Username is sys. Guys, I don't know what is the confusion. The username and the connection name is always the same. I don't know who was asking that question the other day. Somebody had connection name as sys, but the actual username was HR, and they're trying to run Grand DBA. How will that even work? Connection name, username is always the same. Okay. So name sys, username is sys. Type in your password for sys. I don't know if you remember your password for sys.
I think I will go for a second to the.
Okay, for now, just type in anything. I don't want that. Just type in AB. Just type in something there. Okay, connect string is XE. Connect string is XE. Okay, and click OK.
May not work because of the connection string.
Yeah, hold on. We are not using it. Click, say close. Okay. Now, double click on your sessions, go to Mappings tab and go to Targets tab.
Double click on this session.
Go to Mappings and go to Targets.
And go to Targets.
Okay. Now, whoever was asking that question, now I have Facebook employee in sys schema and HR schema. Right now, his session is pointing to HR schema. So you have one river and two houses. From here, you can control. Right now, I want to load it to HR house. Now, if you want to load it to sys house, click on the drop arrow, the down arrow, and you can select sys. So once data is loaded into the HR house, once the water is loaded to one house, you can load it to another. You can divert water to the other house. Click OK. Once the workflow completes, you can come back, change this, and load it to another table, another schema, same table in another schema. Is that clear?
Yes.
So, but do we have the table?
No, he doesn't have the table. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to create a table in. I'm not going to create a table in sys. I don't want to even touch sys. Okay.
So every day when you get updated information, you'll have to basically run it for every single schema.
No. Why would you run it for every single schema?
Now, for example, you need HR. You just put HR, and it's always gonna stay in HR. So
yeah, it's always. I'm just saying this is where you can. If you have, they gave you an option. If you want the same flat file loaded in tables, same table in two different schemas or
So
two different databases. For example, you have development database and production database. So you can load it to development first and then production. From here, you can control.
Okay.
So I will cancel these ones.
No, just select HR. No need to cancel. Select HR.
Okay.
Click OK. Say apply. Say OK. We will cover more of this. Today is just the first class. We have 5 weeks of Powercenter. Control S. Okay, create a workflow. Workflow is very simple. Create a brand new workflow, drag and drop your session, and run the workflow. Create a workflow. You create a workflow by clicking on Workflow Designer.
Workflow Designer, okay.
That is Worklet Designer. Kamran, wait for a moment. You're going too fast. Yes, this is Workflow Designer, okay? You cannot clear workflows. So you have to create a brand new workflow. Go to Workflows on the top and say Create.
Is it somewhere here?
Don't leave. Move your hand from the cursor. Move your hand from the cursor. Okay. Now look at the screen. Take a deep breath. Look at the screen. Do you see workflows in the menu? Repository, edit, view, tools, layout, versioning, and workflows. Yes.
Yes.
Now click create. Okay. We have to give it a name, WF_M. So I don't want you to type anything. You should not use your keyboard. You should not use your keyboard on Powercenter when you're using Powercenter. Don't type. Get rid of that. Okay. Go to your designer. It's already open on the Open your designer. Go to mappings on the top. Edit. Control C. Click OK. Go back to your that thing, Workflow Manager. Control V. Get rid of M and type in WF, lowercase. This is all shortcut based. That's why it's so popular. Say OK. Drag and drop your session. Okay, now connect your start to the session with the help of the third option. Yeah, that one, correct. Okay, do Control S. Control S. Okay, now run your workflow. So how do you run your workflow? Not
one
from there.
option is from here, one option
Yeah,
from
so the first option I said, just right click and start workflow, or no. Go up slowly. Slow. Keep coming down. Don't run your workflow. Just show me where it is. Yeah, over there. That is one way of doing it. Now I will show you the second way. Go to workflows on the top in the menu and say start workflow. Go to your workflow monitor. It's already open. Okay. I don't like this view. Click on task view. Task view.
Task view right here.
Yeah. Okay. Maximize your screen.
1 second. There you go.
Okay. Double click on your workflow on the left side. Make that window bigger. I cannot see the workflow name. Make it bigger. Yeah, perfect. Double click on your workflow on the left side. Okay. Now, how many records were read and how many were loaded? Double click on your session and show me your source and target statistics. It's the arrow. So you read 3 records and loaded 3 records, right?
Right, correct.
Okay, now check your database if the records got transferred from the flat file to the table. Okay. So SQ means source. So it read 3 records from the file.
Right here, this one, right?
Yeah, that is your source.
Here.
The other one is target. Now check your database if the records are present or not.
Okay, let's go to SQL.
See, previously you did not have any data, right? Now execute this. Now you will see data got loaded. Is that clear? So the question people were asking, what if I add more data to the table? Okay. So can you go back to your source file? When I say source file, you always have to go to C Informatica 9.6.1 server info shade src files and double click on your file. Double click on your file. Add one more employee here. So every day you will get new files, right? Every day you will get a brand new file. You will never touch your mapping, session, workflow, source, or target anymore. Okay. And why are you so stingy? Save and close. Save and close.
Good enough.
Run the workflow. Okay, so I showed, wait, hold on. There are two ways I already showed you, right? Right click here and start workflow, or go to workflows on the top and run workflow. I'll show you the third way right now. Go to workflow monitor. Go to workflow monitor. Workflow monitor. Yeah. Right click on the workflow here.
Workflow.
Either here or there on the right side also. You can do it from here or on the right side and say restart. So it will run again and it completed. So how many records did it read? Can you show me how many records it read and how many it loaded?
4.
It read. So is this question clear to everyone?
Yes.
If you get tomorrow, you won't have to create this new workflow and new mapping and new, you won't know. Powercenter has nothing to do with data. It only has to do with the structure. If the structure changes tomorrow, like a new column is added, then you have to upload the source, import the source, import the target, and refresh the session, all those things. We will do that later. Is this clear?
Yes.
So you showed 3 ways to run the workflow, right? What is it that, which one do you choose? Or like what's best practice?
I don't run a workflow. You can see at work, everything is scheduled. I will show you how to schedule a workflow. Every day it will run at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. Every day it will run. You don't have, suppose you have, in my previous company, I had 60,000 workflows. And each workflow had to start at a specific time, right? So I'm not going to sit at my computer, check at the time, 10:25, right click and run. No, everything is automated.
So you basically come into work and just open up your monitor to see if there's any errors or everything ran successfully.
That is done by the production support team. If you're a development team, you develop the workflows. Production support team will only monitor. They only have workflow monitor open.
Okay.
Clear? Is this clear to the, okay. Now do select star on your table.
Sure.
So what is the problem here now? Abdul got loaded 2 times, Ramil got loaded 2 times, Kamran got loaded 2 times. So the first 3 records are from the previous run. The last 4 records are from the current run, correct?
Yes, correct.
Is this clear to everyone? Now, is this clear to everyone? Does everybody see the problem here?
Yes.
See, I don't want Abdul to be there 2 times. Why is there Abdul 2 times, right? So, okay. So to fix this, go to your session, double click on your session, go to mappings, go to targets and scroll down.
Go to your session.
Go to workflow manager, double click on sessions, double click on mappings, go to targets. Workflow manager is the orange one. Double click on your session. Session is in task developer. This is your workflow. I did not ask you to double click on your workflow. Yes. Double click on your session. Go to mappings. Go to targets. Now scroll down. Keep scrolling down. Do you see that option, truncate target table option? So what happens when you click this? What happens when you click this? When you click this, truncate table option.
Always.
In Powercenter,
Powercenter,
yes. In Powercenter, in databases, I showed you the truncate table option, right?
Right.
Yeah, SQL loader, we were putting that.
Yeah, in SQL loader also we were doing. So remember, truncate table name. What does truncate do?
It's going to cut the duplicates.
No, clear up the rows, the previous ones.
Guys, don't That's the wrong answer. It deletes all the records from the table, right?
Right.
You're saying delete duplicates. That is wrong. They'll disconnect the call. They'll say you're wasting my time. So what does truncate do? It will empty the table before loading the data or after loading the data?
Probably before it loading.
No, probably, no think, no maybe. It
has to be
does it before. So if you select this option, what will happen when you run the workflow? The first thing that will happen is the table will get emptied.
Yeah.
The second thing what will happen is it will read data from the flag file and then load it to the table. Clear?
Yes.
Is truncate a DDL or a DML?
It's a DDL, it's not returnable.
Very good. Say apply, say okay, Control S, and run the workflow. Control S, Control S.
Oh, okay.
Abdul, I have a question.
Hold on 1 second. So you have to run the workflow, right? Without running the workflow, how will it delete? How will the truncate get triggered? How will the data? You have to run the workflow. Right click and run the workflow. You can run the workflow 10 times also. You will see only these 4 records.
Can we try it?
You can run the workflow as many number of times. The first thing that will happen is truncate table name will execute. Then the data will get read, and then it will load it into the table. You can run it as many times as you want.
It's kind of like a refreshing the process. If there is a new one, then it puts the new one inside there.
Right.
Yes. Okay. What was the question? That's it. That's it for today's class. What was the question?
Yeah, the truncate options we have in the workflow, right? The session. So in the I have a table that it gets truncated by itself. So that truncate option.
Who is this? Is this Turab?
Turab.
Yeah, it's it's me.
Okay.
Sorry,
Can you speak a little louder?
Sorry for the background voice. So,
yeah, can you speak a little louder?
Yes, question is at work. I have that truncate option is not on. Okay.
Yes.
So it shouldn't truncate the table, but somehow it truncates the table before loading the table. I don't know why.
Okay, so in that case, okay, can you go back to your session? In Workflow Manager, can you go back to your session? Session is in Task Developer.
1 second.
Yeah, double click on your session. Go to mappings, go to targets. Okay, scroll down and uncheck this truncate table option. So maybe at your work, somebody is doing this. Uncheck this truncate target table options and scroll down. So instead of doing that, some people will do this also. Scroll down, keep scrolling down. Pre-SQL, go to pre-SQL.
Abdul, what was this question?
What's your question?
Yeah,
no, hold on. Somebody else asked a question.
So,
okay, his question is truncate table option is not selected. And even then it is truncating the data. Okay. Did you get it?
I think you got it.
Okay, so go to pre-SQL.
Okay.
On the right side. I will show this in detail later. On the right side. Where is your pre-SQL, Kamran? Where is your pre-SQL? Scroll down. Okay, stop. Don't click.
Don't about move. This one, right?
Okay, move to your right. Yes, click there now. Now click there.
Here.
Do you see an arrow?
Yes.
Yes. Click on that. Over here, type in truncate table and then the table name. So type in truncate table. And then what is your table name? HR dot whatever.
I think it was HR. 1 second, I will check.
Go back and check. Don't don't think. Yeah. So maybe somebody is doing this at your work, Turab.
No, Abdul, because I have checked the pre-SQL, post-SQL just in case.
Okay, you already checked?
Yeah, I have checked, yes. For sure, I have checked that maybe
Okay.
truncated by pre-SQL.
So check your session log. Check your session. Or okay, how do you know that some other session is not truncating? It doesn't have to be in this session only, right? Somebody else could have written a truncate table option in some other workflow and some other session. Even that could be truncating it.
No, that's my first session starting.
Oh, that's your first session? That is very weird then.
Yes. Yeah, maybe. Do you think it can be in the database level?
No. Okay, you can ask your DBA who is truncating this table. They will tell you which process is doing it, whether it's from database or Powercenter.
Okay, there is a delete option, update as update, insert as update. There is a delete that option. Do you think they can delete something?
No, not that. That option doesn't do anything.
Okay, I'll play with it.
Check with your DBA and see. Ask him who is. Can you tell me the process which is deleting it? He will tell you whether it's done by the database or Powercenter. If it's done by Powercenter, then you can check the logs and see. Okay.
Yes, sure. Maybe the session log will tell me.
Okay. Just because he asked this question, can everybody go on mute, please? Okay. Just because Turab asked this question, instead of truncating the table, you can truncate the table here also. Okay. Put a semicolon. Okay. Click OK and just do a commit. You don't do a commit for DDL. Delete it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Click OK. Say apply, say OK. Control F. Okay, go to your work, run the workflow from the workflow monitor. So what does pre-SQL means? Before the data load starts, it will truncate that. It's the same thing. Instead of selecting the box, checking that box, you are writing it. You can writing it, the query. Okay. Now check your data. Can everybody go on mute and check your data now?
Once again, now we have to run it, right?
You already ran it, right? You didn't run it? Okay, run the workflow. I thought you ran the workflow. Run the workflow, right click and run it. Okay. So what's the first thing that will happen? The table will get truncated.
Right. And it's again 4, adding the 4 row.
Okay. Yeah. So it truncated the table. How do you know it's truncating the table? So right click on the session. Right click, that is workflow. Right click on the session on the right side. Right click on the session. Kamran, your session starts with S_M. That is your session. Up, go up.
This one?
Go up. Where did you start your workflow? Right below that, there is your session. Go up, Kamran.
Right here.
Or click on that. Yeah, click on that. This is your session log. It will tell you which file it is reading data from, which table it is loading data from. Is there a truncate table option selected? Maximize this. Scroll down here slowly. Okay, remember when you were doing the SQL loader, you had a session, the log file, right, where it was saying reading data, how many records it loaded, how many failed, and all those things. Same thing. Okay. By the time we finish this course in 1 month, you should know every single line here. Okay, the first line says the session name. The second line says repository name. Third line says server name. Fourth line says folder. Fifth line says workflow. The one below that says mapping name. Okay, keep scrolling down. Keep scrolling down. Stop. Just click somewhere on the screen. Okay, so right below that, wherever you clicked, what does it say below that? Executing pre-session SQL for plugin. Yeah, trunk. So what does pre-SQL means? Even before loading data into a table, it's going to execute the truncate table option first.
Pre-session, yeah.
See, then it says completed pre-SQL for the target successfully below that. This your pre. What happens if your truncate table was incorrect? For example, you set truncate table in table, you put the word B 2 times or L 2 times, it will say it did not complete successfully.
Right, and that's the place we are checking for it.
Yes, that's the place.
Will it give a hint as to why it didn't run successfully, like a log?
Yeah, go ahead and check. Do it. It will say incorrect syntax or something. Go back to your session, and just mess up with the truncate table option, the truncate table query. It will tell you. So a good Informatica developer will know, can troubleshoot their mapping just by going through the session log. You should be very good in reading the session logs. Can you go to your workflow manager, double click on your session? Double click on your session. Double click on your session on the right side. Go to mappings, go to targets. Scroll down. You see the pre-SQL you select. Keep scrolling down. Keep scrolling down. Over here, you have the pre-SQL, right? Open this.
Right.
And enter this.
Should I click here?
You can, even if you click on the left side, nothing will happen. You have to click on the down arrow.
Okay.
Okay, over here, just type in EMP. After EMP, just press your, over there, just type in P like 4 or 5 times. Don't put a space. Don't put a space.
Okay.
Yeah, click OK. Say apply, say OK, Control S, and run your workflow. Control S. Okay, you did it. Okay, run your workflow now. Go to Workflow Monitor and run your workflow. Close this. Right click on the workflow and restart. Okay, see now your session failed, right? Now open on the right side of your screen. It already says why this. Close this. This is from the previous session.
Okay.
Okay. On the right side, it already says, right? Can you see? Table or view does not exist. Do you see that? Can you highlight it?
This one?
Yeah. It already says table or view does not exist. Is that clear?
So it's right away giving the.
Or if you want to see it detailed, click on the get session log and scroll down. Click on get session log.
1 second.
Okay, maximize the screen. Sort on severity. Oh, you already have the error message. Or just sort on severity. All the error messages will come on the top. Severity on the left side. On the left side.
Type E.
Yeah. So do you see the error message? Table or view does not exist.
Oracle fatal error.
ORA 0094942. You'll say table or view does not exist. Or if you put the right table name and you put truncate spelling wrong, it will say incorrect syntax. It will tell you whatever you see in Oracle, it will display this. Because whatever you type in pre-SQL, it will execute directly on the database. Okay, I didn't want to show this, but since somebody asked, I showed it. Is this clear to everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I have. Did I give you assignment questions for Informatica? Can somebody check if I posted?
I'll stop sharing, Abdul.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Let me check if I posted.
No.
Batch 10 assignments. Oh, no, I did not. Let me give you guys access to my. Give me 1 second. Did everybody understand today's class? How to create import the source, import the target, create a mapping session, workflow, run the workflow, truncate table option. Let me give you guys access to assignments, Informatica assignments. Let me see what is the first assignment. I don't think you guys can do this, but yeah, let me give it. I'm going to paste it in the group. Okay. Actually, never mind. Don't do that assignment. Okay. Don't do that assignment. Just practice whatever we did in class. Just create a brand new. Just create a brand new folder. Just come up with your own assignment for this class. Okay. Create a brand new flat file and load data into a table. Okay. Don't do this assignment. You guys won't be able to do it. Okay. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll meet tomorrow. No assignment. Just go through today's class. Come up with your own assignment and do it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Kamran.
Hayır.
Əleye basmışsan, olmuşdu.
Ayxo, mən demiş elədik, bunun şeylərini keçəndə nədir onun adı? O özüm bir dəfə qurmuşam əslində. Prosta ki, hər dəfəsində mən o yerini tapmaq var, 40 il çəkir. Dənə gərək gedim, nə hardadır, nə necədir. Ona görə mesela altına bu workflow, nə bilim workflow, bunların heç birinə alışmamışam. Mesela work designer'dan hamısını qarışdırıram. Ama neyse, endap eləyək, ondan sonra
Sen git oku bir anda, öğren. Ümumiyyətlə bir sən informatikana
bu kaç kəlmə lazım? Bir dəfə baxmışam 1 saat.
Ha. Hiçbir şey değil.
1-2 saatdan da bunu setup eləmişəm. Bir də ki, özünü qurmuşam.
Hiçbir şey değil. Okey.
Haydi.
Oldu. Xəbər eləyərsən nəsə lazım olsa.
Eyvallah. Haydi.
Oldu. Sağ ol. Sağ ol.